Hello. Meow. I think everything is all set up, and I scrounged a piece of cheese down. God, Toothy Cat. I do love those emotes a lot, too. Ipa, I love you. Hello, Titania.
Pack her up, Puma.
Hi, Mellow Phonetic. Good time in getting those kisses in early. Oh, thank you for the bitties. Cheese! I know. Okay, come here. Mwah. Mwah. I don't fully know how this PDF will be like. I haven't read through it myself either, so it's basically we are getting through this together. I'm wanting to learn more about things. Oh, I should put the chat behind me, I guess. Even though no one will see. Unless I make myself smaller. Learning time, yeah. I'm always trying to learn more with these kind of things. You're behind me. There we go. I can put myself a little smaller. Like that. Hi, Pink. Wait, Pink. So I'm confused. How was the subathon? Because I didn't see how the results were, but also I saw that you said something like, don't know how, when next time stream, and there wasn't one. I was like, what? I was like, there's something. I thought I was gonna. So it wasn't me just completely super missing it, but also just like it just didn't go on. You're still recovering. Oh, have you been sick too? I know a few people have been. A lot of people have been sick lately. Oh, I'm sorry about that. It was a birthday too, right? Happy birthday. Late to say, but meow meow. Your roomie gave COVID that you've been avoiding for 3+ years. Oh, that fucking sucks. That really blows. The day before the subathon and birthday. Not even a normal, like, cold. Oh, I hope it doesn't take you super long to recover. And then get back on it. I hope with like all of the boosters and everything you've taken that it's not like too rough on you. I still need to take some more boosters. It's just hard to find time lately. I mean, in the sense of like around Griff's work and stuff. Still, the timing blows so bad on that. Okay. Well, Decolonization, Indigeneity, Education, and Society, Volume 1, Number 1, 2012, pp 1 through 40. Decolonization is not a metaphor. Eve Tuck, State University of New York at New Paltz. K. Wayne Yang, University of California, San Diego. Abstract. Our goal in this article is to remind readers what is unsettling about decolonization. Decolonization brings about the reparation of indigenous land and life. It is not a metaphor for other things we want to do to improve our societies and schools. The easy adoption of decolonizing discourse by educational advocacy and scholarship, evidenced by the increasing number of calls to decolonize our schools or use decolonizing methods or decolonize student thinking, turns decolonization into a metaphor. As important as their goals may be, social justice, critical methodologies, or approaches that decenter settler perspectives have objectives that may be incommensurable with decolonization. Because settler colonialism is built upon an entangled triad structure of settler native slave, the decolonial desires of white, non-white, immigrant, post-colonial, and oppressed people can similarly be entangled in resettlement, reoccupation, and reinhabitation that actually further settler colonialism. The metaphorization of decolonization makes possible a set of evasions, or settler moves to innocence, that problematically attempt to reconcile settler guilt and complicity. Fuck. And rescue settler futurity. In this article, we analyze multiple settler motives, multiple settler moves towards innocence in order to forward an ethic of incommensurability that recognizes what is distinct, what is sovereign for projects of decolonization in relation to human and civil rights-based social justice projects. We also point to unsettling themes within transnational / third world decolonizations, abolition, and critical space-place pedagogies, which challenge the coalescence of social justice endeavors, making room for more meaningful potential alliances. Oh my god, this is going to be a little hard for me with some of these. There's so many big words. I'll do my best, though. I'm just sorry that I'll end up stuttering a lot. Keywords: decolonization, settler colonialism, settler moves to innocence, incommensurability.
What a good entity.
Indigenous land, decolonizing education. Permits all non-commercial use, distribution, reproduction in any medium provided the original work is properly cited. Decolonization, which sets out to change the order of the world, is, obviously, a program of complete disorder, but it cannot come as a result of magical practices, nor of a natural shock, nor of a friendly understanding. Decolonization, as we know, is a historical process. That is to say, it cannot be understood, it cannot become intelligible, nor clear to itself except in the exact measure that we can discern the movements which give it historical form and content. Franz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, 1963, page 36. Let us admit it. The settler knows perfectly well that no phraseology can be a substitute for reality. Franz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, 1963, page 45. Introduction. For the past several years, we have been working, in our writing and teaching, to bring attention to how settler colonialism has shaped schooling and educational research in the United States and other settler colonial nation states. These are two distinct but overlapping tasks. The first concerned with how the invisibilized dynamics of settler colonialism mark the organization, governance, curricula, and assessment of compulsory learning. The other concerned with how settler perspectives and worldviews get to count as knowledge and research, and how these perspectives, repackaged as data and findings, are activated in order to rationalize and maintain unfair social structures. We are doing this work alongside many others who, somewhat relentlessly, in writings, meetings, courses, and activism, don't allow the real and symbolic violences of settler colonialism to be overlooked. Alongside this work, we have been thinking about what decolonization means, what it wants and requires. One trend we have noticed with growing apprehension is the ease with which the language of decolonization has been superficially adopted into education and other social sciences, supplementing prior ways of talking about social justice, critical methodologies, or approaches which decenter settler perspectives. Decolonization, which we assert is a distinct project from other civil and human rights-based social justice projects, is far too often subsumed into the directives of these projects, with no regard for how decolonization wants something different than those forms of justice. Settler scholars swap out prior civil and human rights-based terms, seemingly to signal both an awareness of the significance of indigenous and decolonizing theorizations of schooling and educational research, and to include indigenous peoples on the list of considerations. As an additional special ethnic group or class. At a conference on educational research, it is not uncommon to hear speakers refer, almost casually, to the need to decolonize our schools or use decolonizing methods or decolonize student thinking. Yet, we have observed a startling number of these discussions make no mention of indigenous peoples, our/their struggles for the recognition of our/their sovereignty, or the contributions of indigenous and intellectuals and activists to theories and frameworks of decolonization. Further, there is often little recognition given to the immediate context of settler colonialism on the North American lands where many of these conferences take place. Before I start onto the next paragraph too, I do want to mention it is let me get my wording right. It is Native American Heritage Month, which Twitch does not recognize. Twitch likes to recognize other heritage months or this or that. Like, I know that they kind of try to give a little effort to Asian American Pacific Islander month and this or that month, but for many years in a row, they still do not recognize Native American Heritage Month. Just putting that out there. So it's something that I've been seeing pretty much every indigenous Native American like streamer that I follow kind of talk about in this last month of just no recognition, no events, no highlights, nothing. And that's one of those things that's a not so hard and bare minimum thing I think people or companies or whatever can do. I mean, it's like not even much work on their own end. It's just a matter of giving the space to people. Let me take a sip. All right. Of course, dressing up in the language of decolonization is not as offensive as Navajo print underwear sold at a clothing chain store. Gaynor 2012. Wait, does this actually... Oh no. No, it did. Okay. Navajo files trademark suit against Urban Outfitters. Okay, so it just leads to that. Okay, cool. And other appropriations of indigenous cultures and materials that occur so frequently. Yet, this kind of inclusion is a form of enclosure, dangerous in how it domesticates decolonization. It is also a foreclosure, limiting in how it recapitulates dominant theories of social change. On the occasion of the inaugural issue of Decolonization, Indigeny, Education, and Society, we want to be sure to clarify that decolonization is not a metaphor. This text is a banger, a classic, a breath of fresh air in modern lib-eyed people. Hi, Clarion Durian. Yeah, they're going off hard so far, I think, and just like, yeah, everyone else is kind of going weak. When metaphor invades decolonization, it kills the very possibility of decolonization. It recenters whiteness. It resettles theory. It extends innocence to the settler. It entertains a future, or a settler future. Decolonize, a verb, and decolonization, a noun, cannot easily be grafted onto pre-existing discourses and frameworks, even if they are critical, even if they are anti-racist, even if they are justice frameworks. The easy absorption, adoption, and transposing of decolonization is yet another form of settler appropriation. When we write about decolonization, we are not offering it as a metaphor. It is not an appropriation or approximation of other experiences of oppression. Decolonization is not a swappable term for other things we want to do to improve our societies and schools. Decolonization doesn't have a synonym. You read it already, but you'll be popping in and out. All right, I'm glad to hear that someone who's read it has a good thought on it, because I haven't read through it yet, and it's like hard for me to sit and read through lots of text. So I figured this was kind of the best way for myself, honestly, and hopefully other people, you know, whether you're full at attention or just like on and off, or you just want to like have something to listen to. Hopefully it's all right. Hopefully it helps. I don't I've never really read like a book or anything like that on stream. And this isn't really a book. It's 40 pages. So I'm not going to be sitting here for 8 hours like Scoots. The power. I love them. There is a long and bumbled history of non-indigenous peoples making moves to alleviate the impacts of colonization. The too easy adoption of decolonizing discourse, making decolonization a metaphor, is just one part of that history, and it taps into pre-existing tropes that get in the way of more meaningful potential alliances. We think of the enactment of these tropes as a series of moves to innocence, Malwini, 1998, which problematically attempt to reconcile settler guilt and complicity. Fuck. And rescue settler futurity. Here, we explain why decolonization is and requires more than a metaphor. We discuss some of these moves to innocence. The footnote. Where was the footnote? Our/there. Footnote 1. As an indigenous scholar and a settler trespasser scholar writing together, we have used forward slashes to reflect our discrepant positionings in our pronouns throughout this essay. Okay. Interesting. I do like that you obviously do have an indigenous scholar, and there is a place for the settler trespasser scholar to write together. These aren't things that are, I don't know, so or so, but it is important to have the people most affected as part of it, you know, to look over, to like correct you. If there is some academic jargon you don't know in the text, you might be able to help. Thank you. There's some big academic words. I usually get the gist of what they're saying, but I probably should just look it up too. Colonial evocation? You being oh my god, that was so loud. Equivocation. The use of ambiguous language to conceal the truth or avoid committing oneself. Equivocation. Equivocation. Conscientization, which was critical consciousness, conscientization, popular education and social concept developed by Brazilian It's a Portuguese term. Critical conscientiousness as the ability to intervene in reality in order to change it. Critical consciousness proceeds through the identification of generative themes, iconic representations. Okay. So, our chapters or index, I don't know. Settler nativism. Settler nativism, fantasizing adoption, colonial equivocation, conscientization, asterisking indigenous peoples, reoccupation, and urban homesteading. Such moves ultimately represent settler fantasies of easier paths to reconciliation. Actually, we argue, attending to what is irreconcilable within oh god, it's so loud. I don't think it pops up on the stream though. Irreconcilable of ideas, facts, or statements representing findings or points of view that are so different from each other that they cannot be made compatible. Okay.
What a cute little dragon.
Hi, Wither. Thank you. 1 second. Wait, what? Listening. Okay. Sounds good to me. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. The sound isn't on the stream. Okay. It's really loud, so. Let's see. I guess I'll just restart that paragraph. Such moves ultimately represent settler fantasies of easier paths to reconciliation. Actually, we argue, attending to what is irreconcilable within settler-colonial relations and what is incommensurable between decolonizing projects and other social justice projects will help look to reduce the frustration of attempts at solidarity. But the attention won't get anyone off the hook from the hard, unsettling work of decolonization. Thus, we also include a discussion of interruptions that unsettle innocence and recognize incommensurability. The set of settler-colonial relations. Generally speaking, post-colonial theories and theories of coloniality attend two forms of colonialism. Thank you, Hypofrog. Footnote 2. Colonialism is not just a symptom of capitalism. Socialist and communist empires have also been settler empires. Example, Chinese colonialism in Tibet. In other words, writes Sandy Grande, both Marxists and capitalists' view of the land and natural resources as commodities to be exploited in the first instance by capitalists for personal gain, and in the second by Marxists for the good of all. 2004, page 24. Capitalism and the state are technologies of colonialism, developed over time to further colonial projects. Racism is an invention of colonialism. Silva, 2007. The current colonial era goes back to 1492, when colonial imaginary goes global. Back to the actual paragraph. External colonialism, also called exogenous or exploitation colonialization, denotes the expropriation of fragments of indigenous worlds, animals, plants, and human beings, extracting them in order to transport them to and build the wealth, the privilege, or feed the appetite of the colonizers, who get marked as the first world. This includes so thought historic examples such as opium, spices, tea, sugar, and tobacco, the extraction of which continues to fuel colonial efforts. This form of colonialism also includes the feeding of contemporary appetites for diamonds, fish, water, oil, humans turned workers, genetic material, cadmium, and other essential minerals for high-tech devices. External colonialism often requires a subset of activities properly called military colonialism, the creation of war fronts/frontiers against enemies to be conquered, and the enlistment of foreign land, resources, and people into military operations. In external colonialism, all things native become recast as natural resources, bodies of earth for war, bodies and earth for chattel. The other form of colonialism that is attended to by post-colonial theories and theories of coloniality is internal colonialism, the biopolitical and geopolitical management of people, land, flora, and fauna within the domestic borders of the imperial nation. Wait, before I continue on this paragraph, going back to external colonialism and resources and stuff, like a lot of the focus right now in a lot of like global talks is around Palestine, but we do also have like people trying to show more awareness on Congo, Sudan, Tigray, among many, many other places where I believe in Congo, I need to double check later, so forgive me if my information is not quite there, but a lot of these places too, they're in such turmoil because of like the natural resources. It's the minerals that we're using for our tech that people in these lands are being abused to harvest, basically. In some instances, it's things like, I would say, you know, you have the two ends of these things. So the one side that's like the US, where we're just sending money to some place like Israel to do the work to just take them out, and then we'll get the resources later kind of stuff. Or you have China, where they are making deals with some of the countries where, like, I'm not exactly sure if Congo, but like some of those sort of countries where they're saying like, we will buy those resources from you, but we will not give you the infrastructure. We will not help you with the workforce needed. You can determine however you want to harvest these resources, whatever methods, whoever is used for this, it matters not to us as long as we get our we get the minerals. You can do whatever you please. However that is does not matter to us. So you have these two sides of things that are still fucking over for the same shit. Just in case, biopolitics, how bodies are governed and controlled. Example, immigration or forced sterilization. Ah, okay, thank you. I wasn't 100% sure, but I had an idea it was something like that because I know I've had like the secondhand drip of like learning some information around these sort of things too. And it's like, I don't know, everyone has like these different starting points of like where you start to learn even what's going on, let alone like the term biopolitics or so and so. You could argue that like the United States, I mean, always, but even right now, before everyone is so visually seeing genocide and so, like these last few years, like different government parties and stuff have been trying more and more to really control bodies, you know, the whether it comes to queer people or like biofem kind of stuff, the conversations, the trying to control around people's bodies, people's like ability or lack of ability to give birth and so. It's not like you're taking a college class for this text, so you don't even have to understand it 100%. As long as you're getting something from it, I think that's a win. Yeah. Yeah. Meow. Set up a bit of blankets. Thank you for like some extra defining of words. Whether even if it's not just for me, like anyone else who might like be confused and look over. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip and then continue on. This involves the use of particularized modes of control, prisons, ghettos, minoritizing, schooling, policing, to ensure the ascendancy of a nation and its white elite. These modes of control and imprisonment and involuntary transport of the human beings across borders, ghettos, their policing, their economic divestiture, divestiture, and their dislocatability, dislocatability are at work to authorize and metropole and conscribe her periphery. Well, I guess I gotta Google these words. Search. Divestiture. The process or the action or process of selling off subsidiary business interests or investments. Okay, so that's business stuff. Policing economic businesses, they're dislocated. That not joint. I'm going to assume this is like moving them around. Since I'm just getting Google results for joints. Divesting is the opposite of investing, so taking money away. Example, defunding a health service is a kind of divestiture. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Do you know this word? Dislocatability. Moving around. Okay, yeah. Like, it makes me think of different groups of people who have to move around for work and stuff. You have the examples here in the US where it's like immigrants running around different farms for work, or having to relocate constantly for this and that, but it's all around work. Or you have like other countries where it's almost like an export of people, you know, they're exporting and importing their own people, or the countries that are importing people to work. And you see this very much with like Southeast Asian countries. A lot of people will either legally or quote illegally make the lunge to go to this or that country. There's so many different countries that will import them basically, and they know that they have full control over these people and that they have no money to easily go back. They have no money to do this or that or that. They're there specifically for the money to either benefit their own lives, but more often to benefit their families' lives. So they'll put up with so many things to be able to help their families back home, back in the Southeast Asian countries, in these countries that were already like, they are in these states because of colonization. The ability to move something out of place, or more specifically. Oh, okay. What is metropole? The parent state of a colony. Okay, fair enough. Periphery. Outer limits or edge of an area or object. Work to authorize the metropole, heart of the colony, and prescribe her extent and borders, basically. Strategies of internal colonialism, such as segregation, divestment, surveillance, and criminalization, are both structural and interpersonal. Yeah, we see that a lot. A lot of these things at play all over. Our intention in this descriptive exercise is not to be exhaustive or even inarguable. Instead, we wish to empathize or emphasize that a decolonization will take a different shape in each of these contexts, though they can overlap, and that B, neither external nor internal colonialism adequately describes the form of colonialism, B, neither external nor internal colonialism adequately describes the form of colonialism which operates in the United States or other nation states in which the colonizer comes to stay. Settler colonialism operates through internal and external colonial modes simultaneously, because there is no spatial separation between metropole and the colony, and colony. For example, in the United States, many indigenous peoples have been forcibly removed from their homelands onto reservations, indentured, and abducted into state custody, signaling the form of colonization as simultaneously internal via boarding schools and other biopolitical modes of control, and external via uranium mining on indigenous land in the US Southwest, and oil extraction on indigenous land in Alaska. With a frontier the US military still nicknames all enemy territory Indian country, the horizons of the settler colonial nation state are total and require a mode of total appropriation of indigenous life and land, rather than the selective expropriation of profit-producing fragments. Indentured, made to go into debt. Yeah. Hi, Rogue. Meow. Okay, so that one was that. I wanted to look at the footnotes really quickly. 3. In using terms as white and whiteness, we are acknowledging that whiteness extends beyond phenotype. Yep. In my own server, I have a quote from an author around whiteness that I think is really, really good. Let me find it. Here. Put best in Ruby Hamad's words. The term white and people of color are not descriptive, they are political. When we talk about white people, we are not really talking about skin color, but about those who benefit most from whiteness. When we talk about people of color, we talk about those who are excluded. And this is how I always use these terms too. Where was footnote 4? We don't treat internal/external as a taxonomy of colonialisms. They describe two operative modes of colonialism. The modes can overlap, reinforce, and contradict one another, and do so through particular legal, social, economic, and political processes that are context-specific. Let me take another sip. Settler colonialism is different from other forms of colonialism in that settlers come with the intention of making a new home on the land, a homemaking that insists on settlers' sovereignty over all things in their new domain, thus relying solely on post-colonial literatures or theories of coloniality that ignore settler colonialism. I was reading that in the wrong tone. Thus, relying solely on post-colonial literatures or theories of coloniality that ignore settler colonialism will not help to envision the shape that decolonization must take in settler colonial contexts. Within settler colonialism, the most important concern is land, water, air, subterranean earth, land for shorthand in this article. Land is what is most valuable, contested, required. This is both because the settlers make indigenous land their new home and source of capital, and also because the disruption of indigenous relationships to land represents a profound epistemic, ontological, cosmological violence. Well, epistemic, relating to knowledge or to the degree of its validation. Ontological. Formations of social relations understood as the ways of living. An argument which claims that the existence of God can be inferred from facts concerning causation, explanation, change, motion, etc., etc. Relating to the origin and development of the universe. Cosmological. The philosophy of being. So it's like, wait, shit, what was it? Epistemic again? Okay, system of knowledge. The philosophy of being and your worldviews. Violence against all of that. Thank you. This violence is not temporally contained in the arrival of the settler, but is reasserted each day of occupation. This is why Patrick Wolfe, 1999, emphasizes that settler colonialism is a structure and not an event. In the process of settler colonialism, land is remade into property, and human relationships to land are restricted to the relationship of the owner to his property. Epistemological, ontological, and cosmological relationships to land are interred, indeed made pre-modern and backward, made savage. It makes you think of the excerpt you were reading about colonization of indigenous land, that white people will inherently go to places that they deem uneducated or less than them in order to re-educate and enforce their methodology to start the process of stripping the land of its resources and giving land to those they deem worthy. Oh God, yeah. The re-education argument is really just a self-serving justification, not the true motive of colonizers. I feel like it's a very it's like there's a lot of complacency. There's a lot of like, I'm not part of this, but there's like, I guess like a lot of place where they can put the most vague general shit reason that everyone in these kind of positions that don't inherently want to go and just kill people forwardly themselves can look at and go, that makes enough sense to me. I guess that's fine. That sounds about right. It kind of just lets them affirm, I guess, if that makes sense. The Inquisition was premised on re-education and religion, but there was a lot of greedy motives underlying it, for example. Oh yeah, absolutely. I always feel like it's so tragic to think of like where so many systems of just everything could be without like one, just colonialism in general, but like two, especially colonialism in like this side of the globe where I feel like from some general like bits that I've read here and there, I can't say that I'm like the most studious scholar in any means. I am not a student or a scholar or anything like that. But the bits and pieces that I've read and stuff, that I feel like things in different cultures on this side of the globe, there were a lot of like medicine and like medicine, physics, architecture to like agriculture, everything like that could have been completely different. The state at which we would be now could have been so different. It is, especially on like the health part, is like immensely depressing to think about. Even like post the initial sort of start of the structure to like, I'd say easy connecting example is like the easiest thing for me to look at and stuff is like mushrooms, right? Where mushrooms, psilocybin and things, there's a lot of different cultures that we're definitely like exploring and figuring out and understanding the benefits to psilocybin or other similar like mycology. There's just like a big not to say unexplored, but like there's a big grasp of like medical stuff in there that, you know, penicillin is like a mold. There's just so many things like that where it's like in the United States when I believe it was Reagan came in. I'm at least I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure he just we were starting in at least our own system to start to also look at psilocybin and things like that and be like, oh, this could be actually really great for medical stuff. And and then the system was just like with Reagan and government, they were just like, we're going to fuck you. Like, no, no, this is I don't know, the many like the decades of war on drugs and things, and assuming just this or that plant is inherently evil or blah blah blah. I think it's all stems from bad shit. I think it just all stems from racism and just not wanting to take something in the way that other people have once taken things, or God forbid other like groups or nations or so be able to profit from it. Not to say that like things are good or bad in any way. I just mean to say like it's a little fucked up, I think. Especially now that we're finally getting back to like letting studies for psilocybin actually go through. Like I think we're starting to get like the actual good results of like things being in practice again, being in like experiments again, and like there's things from psilocybin for mental health that's just like wildly like more effective for some people than other forms of mental health treatment. Or you have like lion's mane, which is a good like it's a good starting point candidate for things around like neurology. Like it could help with Alzheimer's, dementia, who knows what else? We're just in the starting phase of it. Unfortunately, after having like years of things of like knowledge destroyed, restarted, and destroyed, and this and that. Sorry, let me go back to y'all. So I think Afrofuturism and indigenous futurism are really cool. They're like movements that try to imagine aesthetics, philosophy, community building, etc. that could happen if colonization hadn't happened. I absolutely agree. I always think that whenever I see like these sort of things, the the concepts, the it's the most hopeful I can ever feel. Like these sort of concepts, these like recontextualizing the I don't know, it's like a proper good path ideas even of just like something more for a hope for like a future than what like this shitty white like US governing and whatever other governing all of these like colonizing nations have to give us for futures. There is no future under them, honestly. Nothing happy, nothing sustainable, nothing worth your like nothing worth enough for the people around you and the people you love, I guess, is how I feel. A good example would be the Gaza Strip. The current government isn't talking about a ceasefire as much as they are talking about the economic revitalization plans because of its natural resources to form gas fields. Ugh, yeah. You see so many people who are like, you see so many disgusting people who are like, oh, look at this plan. Like, it'll be such beautiful beach resorts and this and that. And like, there's just no fucking mercy for people who are being displaced, let alone people who are dying. It's immensely disgusting. It is like Palestine and the colony state of Israel is just like it's like the starting blocks that our nation of the United States and other places like this for specifically settler colonialism. It's the most violent side that people didn't necessarily have to see as much back then. They could just hear the words like, oh, we're just educating, we're re-educating, while the soldiers went out to go kill people. But the civilians could be like, I don't have to see it, so this is fine. And now we're living in an era where we can see it. I guess you don't have to see it, but there's no excuse. It is there. It is there every day. You have the ability to see. You have the privilege of knowledge. You have the technology. You have people who are risking their lives every minute of every day to try and show you what maybe you yourself are not doing, but the people that you are putting into power are doing directly to them. I don't know. Gosh darn Reagan again. Reagan was the devil. If Reagan has a million enemies, then I'm one of them. If Reagan has one enemy, then I'm that one. If Reagan has no enemies, that means I'm dead. God mood. All right, all right. I like you too. I love you too. You two are good. Let me take another sip and continue on. We're on page 6 of 40. It's okay. At least, again, it's only 40 pages. Is my broadcast on, actually? making sure the audio is like as nice as it can be. It wasn't on. My bad. I think at this point, Wavelink also just automatically puts NVIDIA broadcast into it, but I want to make sure absolutely that the audio is as clear as possible in these ways, especially for something like this. Well, it's loading. All right. In order for the settlers to make a place their home, they must destroy and disappear the indigenous peoples that live there. Indigenous peoples are those who have creation stories, not colonization stories, about how we/they came to be in a particular place. Indeed, how we/they came to be a place. How our/their relationships to land compromise their epistemologies, ontologies, and cosmologies. Ah. And this is basically the philosophy of their life, their system of knowledge, and their worldviews, their morals, their religions, their etc. ideologies. For the settlers, indigenous peoples are in the way and in the destruction of indigenous peoples, indigenous communities, and over time, and through law and policy, indigenous peoples' claims to land under settler regimes. Land is recast as property and as a resource. Indigenous peoples must be erased, must be made into ghosts. Tuck and forthcoming. At the same time, settler colonialism involves the subjugation and forced labor of chattel slaves. Footnote 5. As observed by Erica Nigana Erica Niganagwedgin. I'll hope to the best of my ability I said that the best I could. 2012. These two groups are not always distinct. Niganawag Niganagwedging presents a history of enslavement of indigenous peoples in Canada as chattel slaves. In California, Mexico, and the U.S. Southwest, under Spanish mission system, indigenous people were removed from their land and also made into chattel slaves. Under U.S. colonialism, California law stipulated that Indians could be murdered and or indentured by any person, white, propertied citizen. These laws remain in effect until 1937. I fucking hate the Spanish missions in California. They take you to them as kids when you're in like elementary school and stuff. They have you go and have fun at the settler Spanish missions, these beautiful historic places. They try and make these uh, they make them have like it's like those weird historic places where people play roles and stuff, and they pretend like the natives of the areas were just working there and having a great time, and they were living there and they were part of it. And it's kind of immensely disgusting to look back at now as an adult when you look at that and you see how they really try to integrate this idea like everything was great. We were all living, coexisting, and having a fun time. The indigenous people in California were just teaching the Spanish settlers how to do stuff, and obviously they loved going and learning these new religions that wasn't theirs and being in the church missions, and oh, it was so wonderful and fun. It's so horrible to look back at, and it's so horrible that these are still just like they're great historical landmarks and blah blah blah, and I'm just like, I don't know, it's disgusting to me. Slavery in settler colonial context is distinct from other forms of indenture, whereby excess labor is extracted from persons. First, chattels are commodities of labor, and therefore it is the slave's person that is the excess. Second, unlike workers who may aspire to own land, the slave's very presence on the land is already an excess that must be dislocated. Thus, the slave is a desirable commodity, but the person underneath is imprisonable, punishable, and murderable. The violence of keeping, killing the chattel slave makes them death-like monsters in the settler imagination. They are reconfigured, disfigured, as the threat, the razor's edge of safety and terror. The settler, if known by his actions and how he justifies them, sees himself as holding dominion over the earth and its flora and fauna, as the anthropocentric normal, and as more developed, more human, more deserving than other groups or species. The settler is making a new home, and that home is rooted in a homesteading worldview where the wild land and wild people were made for his benefit. He can only make his identity as a settler by making the land produce and produce excessively, because civilization is defined as production in excess of the natural world, i.e., in excess of the sustainable production already present in the indigenous world. In order for excess production, he needs excess labor, which he cannot provide himself. The chattel slave serves as that excess labor that can never be paid, because payment would have to be in the form of property, land. The settler's wealth is land, or a fungible version of it. And so payment for labor is impossible. The settler positions himself as both superior and normal. The settler is natural, whereas the indigenous inhabitant and the chattel slave are unnatural, even supernatural. See Kate McCoy forthcoming on settler crises in early Jamestown, Virginia, to pay indentured European labor with land. These bastards are going to hell. I fucking hope they are. I hope they rot in hell. Or whatever they believe. I hope that their future generations squander and waste their resources and fall into the exact things that they would have hoped that their kids would not fall into, the poverty and sadness and the, I don't know, like, I don't know. There's so many people I've met and so where it is just you are benefiting from the generations before you, and even then there are people who can take that, abuse it, squander it, and somehow expect that someone else will, in their similar positions, their family lines, their friends, their network, that will save them from their own doom of squander and, I don't know, waste and hate. Someone else will help them out always. Let's see. Settlers are not immigrants. Immigrants are beholden to the indigenous laws and epistemologies of the lands they migrate to. Settlers become the law, supplementing indigenous laws and epistemologies. Therefore, settler nations are not immigrant nations. See also A.J. Barker, 2009. Not unique, the United States, as a settler colonial nation, also operates as an empire, utilizing external forms and internal forms of colonization simultaneously to the settler colonial project. This means, and this is perplexing to some, that dispossessed people are brought onto seized indigenous land through other colonial projects. Other colonial projects include enslavement, as discussed, but also military recruitment, low-wage and high-wage labor recruitment, such as agricultural workers and overseas trained engineers, and displacement, migration, such as the coerced immigration from nations torn by U.S. wars or devastated by U.S. economic policy. In this set of settler colonial relations, colonial subjects who are displaced by external colonialism, as well as racialized and minoritized by internal colonialism, still occupy and settle stolen indigenous land. Settlers are diverse, not just of white European descent, and include people of color, even from other colonial contexts. This tightly wound set of conditions and racialized, globalized relations exponentially complicates what is meant by decolonization and by solidarity against settler colonial forces. Decolonization in exploitative colonial situations could involve the seizing of imperial wealth by the post-colonial subject. In settler colonial situations, seizing imperial wealth is inextricably tied to settlement and re-invasion. Likewise, the promise of integration and civil rights is predicated on securing a share of settler-appropriated wealth, as well as an expropriated third world wealth. Decolonization in a settler context is fraught because empire, settlement, and internal colony have no spatial separation. Each of these features of settler colonialism in the U.S. context, empire, settlement, and internal colony, make it a site of contradictory decolonial desires. Footnote 7. Decolonization is further fraught because, although the settler-native-slave triad structures settler colonialism, this does not mean that the settler, native, and slave are analogs that can be used to describe corresponding identities, structural locations, worldviews, and behaviors, nor do they mutually constitute one another. For example, indigenous is an identity independent of the triad, and also an ascribed structural location within the triad. Chattel slave is an ascribed structural position, but not an identity. Settler describes a set of behaviors as well as a structural location, but is enshrined as an identity. Decolonization as metaphor allows people to equivocate these contradictory decolonial desires, because it turns decolonization into an empty signifier to be filled by any track towards liberation. In reality, the tracks walk all over people, land, in settler contexts. Though the details are not fixed or agreed upon, in our view, decolonization in the settler colonial context must involve the reparation of land simultaneous to the recognition of how land and relations to land have already been differently understood and enacted. That is, all of the land, and not just symbolically. This is precisely why decolonization is necessarily unsettling, especially across lines of solidarity. Decolonization never takes place unnoticed. Fanon, 1963, page 36. Settler colonialism and its decolonization implicates and unsettles everyone. Playing Indian and the erasure of indigenous peoples. Recently, in a symposium on the significance of liberal arts education in the United States, Eve presented an argument that liberal arts education has historically excluded any attention to or analysis of settler colonialism. This, Eve posited, makes liberal arts education complicit in the project of settler colonialism, and, more so, has rendered the truer project of liberal arts education something like trying to make the settler indigenous to the land he occupies. The attendees were titillated by this idea, nodding and murmuring in approval, and it was then that Eve realized that she was trying to say something incommensurable with what they expected her to say. She was completely misunderstood. Many in the audience heard this observation, that the work of liberal arts education is in part to teach settlers to be indigenous, as something admirable, worthwhile, something wholesome, not as problematic point of evidence about the reach of the settler colonial erasure. Philip Deloria, 1998, explores how and why the settler wants to be made indigenous, even if only through disguise or other forms of playing Indian. Playing Indian is a powerful U.S. pastime, from the Boston Tea Party to fraternal organizations to New Age trends to even those aforementioned native print underwear. Deloria maintains that From the colonial period to the present, the Indian has skulked in and out of the most important stories various Americans have told about themselves. Page 5. The indeterminacy of American identities stems in part from the nation's inability to deal with Indian people. Americans wanted to feel a natural affinity with the continent. And it was Indians who could teach them such aboriginal closeness. Yet, in order to control the landscapes, they had to destroy the original inhabitants. Deloria, 1998, page 5. L. Frank Baum, author of The Wizard of Oz, famously asserted in 1890 that the safety of white settlers was only guaranteed by the total annihilation of the few remaining Indians, as quoted in Hastings, 2007. D.H. Lawrence, reading James Fenimore Cooper, discussed at length later in his article, Nathaniel Hawthorne, Hector St. John de Creviscourt, Henry David Thoreau, Herman Melville, Walt Whitman, and others for his Studies in Classic American Literature, 1924, describes Americans' fascination with indigeny as one of simultaneous desire and repulsion. Deloria, 1998. L. Frank Baum's editorials on the Sioux Nation. 10 years before he wrote The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, L. Frank Baum published an obscure weekly newspaper, the Saturday Pioneer. News stories. I guess I'll have to sit this later. No place, Lawrence observed, exerts its full influence upon a newcomer until the old inhabitant is dead or absorbed. Lawrence argued that in order to meet the demon of the continent head-on, this finalized the unexpressed spirit of America. White Americans needed either to destroy Indians assimilate them into a white American world, both aimed at making Indians vanish from the landscape. Lawrence, as quoted in Deloria, 1998, page 4. Everything within a settler colonial society strains to destroy or assimilate the native in order to disappear them from the land. This is how a society can have multiple simultaneous and conflicting messages about indigenous peoples, such as all Indians are dead, located in faraway reservations, that contemporary indigenous people are less indigenous than prior generations, and that all Americans are, quote, a little bit Indian. These desires to erase, to let time do its thing, and wait for the older form of living to die out, or to even help speed things along, euthanize, because of the death of pre-modern ways of life, is thought to be inevitable. These are all desires for another kind of resolve to the colonial situation. Resolve through the absolute and total destruction or assimilation of original inhabitants. Numerous scholars have observed that indigeneity prompts multiple forms of settler anxiety, even if only because the presence of indigenous peoples who make a priori claims to a land and ways of being is a constant reminder that the settler colonial project is incomplete. Fanon, 1963. Vine Deloria, 1988. Grande, 2004. Brunel, 2007. The easy adoption of decolonization as a metaphor and nothing else is a form of this anxiety because it is a premature attempt at reconciliation. The absorption of decolonization by settler social justice frameworks is one way the settler, disturbed by her own settler status, tries to escape or contain the unbearable searchlight of complicity, of having harmed others just by being oneself. The desire to reconcile is just as relentless as the desire to disappear the native. It is a desire to not have to deal with this Indian problem anymore. How's everyone holding up? I'm going to take a little sippy. Actually, I need a refill on water too, so let me do that. One second, I'm going to check in with Griffin housemates on Discord too real quick. Okay. Have that generally set up. You like how relevant this information is? Because it literally just furthers my ideology about a lot of things. You don't think people realize, like, what is happening in Gaza and West Bank is just a quicker type of cultural erasure. In America, it would be frowned upon to have a mass extermination, but you have to look at it from the perspective of individual groups. The black population is, in modern day, slavery. That's why the highest percentage of inmates is black males. Hispanics are being stripped of their identities and kept in cages. The Muslim community is facing what they did during 9/11. Asians with COVID and indigenous people do not have clean drinking water, and their market prices are outrageous. It's a different way to get rid of people. Yeah. It's like, it's still all relevant today in our place. There's just different methods here. And back over in Gaza, in Palestine, all over, that is just the most I would say that's the most old and traditional way that they went about it when they pretended less, I guess. Now it's a little frowned upon to just go and kill people directly. But it's not as frowned upon if you try to do it like this or this or this. It's still active. And you can see even with like, I think them putting in these quotes from people of basically the same different people, different settlers saying the same point that they would like to remove indigenous folks, basically, from early writings even up to what we've seen. Probably the earliest was 2007. I think there was maybe one for 2012. Like, it's not old. It's still relevant. And like with that last spot, it's just I do believe that whenever things happen, it's these moments where the mask can come off a bit. It just everyone else here or in other like settler colonial like nations and similar or so and so, like, it is immensely easy for tomorrow to be the day that everything changes for you. I have no doubts that any one of us except for white people in this country can be tomorrow's target. You know, I think it's immensely depressing thinking about like what you said too with like the Muslim community and 9/11 and like, yeah, for so many years post 9/11, people treated Muslim people, Arabic people horribly. They treated everyone like that, like they were, quote, a terrorist. And I do feel like it was only in these recent few years that, you know, that's not come up as often. You know, it's not like it's not something that I still don't see once in a blue moon, especially online where people can be more anonymous. People will still say and analog things to 9/11 and terrorism to brown people. And you know, it's only in these more recent years where, you know, people who are born here, who are citizens here, like, maybe find a little bit of comfort, not feel like they are in danger all the time, not feel this or that way, or some people who are able to even like branch up into positions of power to help their communities And now I think it's easy to see that it's very quickly that safety, that little bit of safety in these last few years is easily crumbling away. And it's terrifying, immensely disheartening. I don't know, but I know where I stand. This is why you hate having conversations with certain people who don't use or who use your education or money or try to see. Wait, this is why I hate having conversations with certain people who use my education or money or try to make me seem more in value. I don't want to be seen as a monetary value. That's so dehumanizing. God, yeah, I know. It's on any end. Or you're seen as like the tokens for the quotas, this or that. And it's just like we're just us. I don't know. Fox remembers a question from school, which was just describe what a terrorist looks like. And the only answer is to leave it blank because there is no universal description. Oh god, but you know there's gonna be so many people who end up putting this or that. I was starting an audiobook on Spotify that was like recontextualizing like US history from indigenous, like the indigenous perspective and stuff of different peoples here and just how the history is and so and so. And I know like the author was mentioning how when she has students, she would ask them like, oh, would you like, can you draw like the border of what was the United States when like at when the United States started as a country, blah blah blah. And so many, almost everyone would draw it like the entire border that we have today. When no, it was just the 13 colonies or whatever on the East Coast, you know? That's what you started off with in that side of things. And so it's like it's so in that way of people thinking like, oh, it's always been like this. This question was in a test you had at like 13. Didn't really see the difference between yourselves. I think it's like, I mean, I feel like it's also different in our places with our countries too, where like, I know, I do remember growing up that there have definitely been like some things like bombings and stuff around. I know I remember like one of my aunts in England had like barely missed being on one of the trains during a time like that just by coincidence, and so it was relevant in that way as far as I was told. But like, I don't know, in the US at least for many years it's like there is a very clear picture, a very clear idea of what a lot of people I think at 13 years old would draw for or write for a question like that. And I I wouldn't say it's so far different for the UK either, but I think it really might depend on like part of it does depend on like who are the people raising you? Are they like deeply ingraining the same thoughts that they like take in onto you, or no? You putting white males in the blank. All the school shooters and the bombers. The ones that they don't actually ever call terrorists. But they quote inflict terror. They hurt people. They harm innocent civilians. They so and so and so. And it's, yeah, you can look at a lot of just on a visual note alone, you can look at a lot of those lists of like these people who've done a lot of these things and what they look like. And it's not what a lot of people will always portray it as: the political cartoons, the news, the so and so. And don't get me wrong in any way, where it's like, I'm not implying that anyone here or anything would inherently have thought this or that, but it is something where it's like, I definitely grew up and like, I very, very definitely saw a lot of people around me believe these things, from family to like other kids to who knows this or that. Just like so many around, you know? That's why I like say that. Fox has heard about terrorism from Palestine supporters over here recently because they are taking the suffragette approach. But Fox sees it as people using different ways to try to get the government to help with it. That, and Fox isn't sure how much of it is true. There's I don't know, there's a lot of like, similar to like back a few years ago with BLM and stuff. At least I can't speak for your government and things, but I can notice that in our government and stuff, there's definitely already people coming over where, you know, like I just saw today waking up while I was like on the toilet and the litter box getting ready. I was looking and it's just like Muslim, Arabic, United States citizen coming home on a flight and getting like interrogated, getting their phone taken away because they were suspected to possibly even have maybe gone to a pro-Palestinian protest in another country while they were away. And it's just like, what? Even if they did, what grounds is that to interrogate someone, to take their things, to hound them for hours and put them in this spot like they're against blah 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 McCarthyism? Ah. One second. Centrist slash right wingers. My freedom of speech. Also them. You tweeted in support of Palestine? We're firing you. Oh yeah, there's so many like people in education, people in like every field where no matter how big or small their support for people's plight and suffering to stop is getting them fired, getting them revoked from this or that. It's terrible. But I'm glad that a lot of people are still like, you can take away my opportunity for my dream job and my dream everything, the thing that I was absolutely gonna get, but you reject me based on my moralities. And you know what? I would do it again because I want to live with myself at the end of the day. I have morals. I care about people. And one day I'll find the other opportunity for my dream jobs, but it doesn't have to be accepting this. And, those people give me like hope and stuff. Like, quote, no genocide equals the wrong answer. You know how fucking bad that we have fallen over money, right? It's like, how can anyone just like fuck around like the question, like, is genocide okay? Like, and not just say, no, killing people is bad. Genocide is bad. Celebrities like Justin Bieber posting an Instagram story of a picture Palestine being destroyed with the caption, "Pray for Israel," and then taking it down when someone tells them they got it wrong. What a fucking wild world we live in. Yeah, it's so bad. Or like, it's been almost 2 months or so of just every accusation they make is an admission of crimes that they do themselves. We keep finding it out. We keep seeing it. There's nothing is stopping things, and I don't know. And this is just, again, this is the most forward face of like just this paper we're talking about colonization, decolonization. Like, this is the most forward evil, like destructive form of it right there, like textbook, everything. And we're seeing how difficult it is to even fight this, I guess, let alone like the nuances of everything else that will need to happen in the future too. It's not, I think like decolonizing and these movements and things, they're not so much a want. They are a need. If we do want to like live in a prosperous future and a future where many people are happy, people are not suffering, like things are good. I think that it is a need. I don't know how we personally get to these things, but I want to support all the people who will do their best to try and figure it, like the people who dedicate their lives to making it happen. Okay, let me start on the next part. Settler moves to innocence. We observe that other component of a desire to play Indian is a settler desire to be made innocent, to find some mercy or relief in face of the relentless of settler guilt and haunting. See Tuck and Ree forthcoming on Mercy and Haunting. Directly and indirectly benefiting from the erasure and assimilation of indigenous peoples is a difficult reality for settlers to accept. The weight of this reality is uncomfortable. The misery of guilt makes one hurry towards any reprieve. In her 1998 master's thesis, Jeanette Mawhinney analyzed the ways in which white people maintained and reproduced white privilege in self-defined anti-racist settings and organizations. Footnote 8. Thank you to Neoma Mullins for introducing Eve to Mawini's concept of moves to innocence. Shout out to my friend. Wait, I'm gonna set a real quick note to housemates. Okay. She examined the role of storytelling and self-confession, which serves to equate stories of personal exclusion with stories of structural racism and exclusion, and what she terms moves to innocence, or strategies to remove involvement in and culpability for systems of domination. Page 17. Mawini builds upon Mary Louise Fellows and Shireen Razak's 1998 conceptualization of the race to innocence, the process through which a woman comes to believe her own claim of subordination is the most urgent, and that she is unimplicated in the subordination of other women. Page 335. Mawini's thesis theorizes the self-positioning of white people as simultaneously the oppressed and never an oppressor, and having an absence of experience of oppressive power relations. Page 100. This simultaneous self-positioning afforded white people in various purportedly anti-racist settings to say to people of color, I don't experience the problems you do, so I don't think about it. And tell me what to do. You're the expert here. Page 103. The common sense appeal of such statements, Mawini observes, enables white speakers to utter them sanguine in their appearance of equanimity, is rooted in the normalization of liberal analysis of power relations. Ibid. Collections, Canada. I love that this gives me a bunch of other PDFs. Oh my god, though. You gotta love the power of digital PDFs, being able to link to all of these resources that, like, you know, they mention to very directly. I mean, in the discussion that follows, we will do some work to identify and argue against a series of what we call settler moves to innocence. Settler moves to innocence are those strategies or positionings that attempt to relive the settler of feelings of, attempt to relieve the settler of feelings of guilt or responsibility without giving up land or power or privilege, without having to change much at all. In fact, settler scholars may gain professional kudos or a boost in their reputations for being so sensitive or self-aware. Yet, settler moves to innocence are hollow. They only serve the settler. This discussion will likely cause discomfort in our settler readers, may embarrass you or us, or make us feel implicated because of the racialized flights and flows of settler colonial empire described above. Settlers are diverse. There are white settlers and brown settlers, and peoples in both groups make moves to innocence that attempt to deny and deflect their own complicity in settler colonialism. When it makes sense to do so, we attend to moves to innocence enacted differently by white people and by brown and black people. In describing settler moves to innocence, our goal is to provide a framework of excuses, distractions, and diversions from decolonization. We discuss some of the moves to innocence at greater lengths than others, mostly because some require less explanation and because others are more central to our initial argument for the demetaphorization of decolonization. We provide this framework so that we can be more impatient with each other, less likely to accept gestures and half steps, and more willing to press for acts which unsettle innocence, which we discuss in the final section of this article. Moves to Innocence 1. Settler Nativism. In this move to innocence, settlers locate or invent a long-lost ancestor who is rumored to have had Indian blood, and they use this claim to mark themselves as blameless in the attempted eradication of indigenous peoples. There are numerous examples of public figures in the United States who remember a distant native ancestor, including Nancy Reagan, who is said to be a descendant of Pocahontas, and more recently, Elizabeth Warren, and many others, illustrating how commonplace settler nativism is. Vine Deloria Jr. discusses what she calls the Indian grandmother complex in the following account from Custer Died for Your Sins. Wait, let's look at footnote 9. See Francis Latour's interview, June 1st, 2012, with Kim Tallbear for more information on Elizabeth Warren example. In the interview, Tallbear asserts that Warren's romanticized claims and the accusations of fraud are evidence of ways in which people in the U.S. misunderstand Native American identity. Tallbear insists that to understand Native American identity, you need to get outside of that binary one-drop framework. I'm gonna piss on Reagan's grave, and not in a fun and sexy way. Fuck Reagan. Fuck all the Reagans. During my 3 years as executive director of the National Congress of American Indians, it was a rare day when some white person didn't visit my office and proudly proclaim that he or she was of Indian descent. At times, I became quite defensive about being a Sioux when these white people had a pedigree that was so much more respectable than mine. But eventually I came to understand their need to identify as partially Indian and did not resent them. I would confirm their wildest stories about their Indian ancestry and would add a few tales of my own, hoping that they would be able to accept themselves someday and leave us alone. Whites claiming Indian blood generally... Jelly? Sorry. Anyways, whites claiming Indian blood generally tend to reinforce mythical beliefs about Indians. All but one person I met who claimed Indian blood claimed it on their grandmother's side. I once did a projection backward and discovered that evidently most tribes were entirely female for the first 300 years of white occupation. No one, it seemed, wanted to claim a male Indian as their forebearer. It doesn't take much insight into racial attitudes to understand the real meaning of the Indian grandmother complex that plagues certain white people. A male ancestor has too much of the aura of the savage warrior, the unknown primitive, the instinctive animal to make him a respectable member of the family tree. But a young Indian princess? Ah, there was royalty for the taking. Somehow the white was linked with a noble house of gentility and culture if his grandmother was an Indian princess who ran away with an intrepid pioneer. Well, a real Indian grandmother is probably the nicest thing that could happen to a child. Why is a remote Indian princess grandmother so necessary for many white people? Is it because they are afraid of being classed as foreigners? Do they need some blood tie with the frontier and its dangers in order to experience what it means to be an American? Or is it an attempt to avoid facing the guilt they bear for the treatment of Indians? 1988, page 2 to 4. I hope I'm reading this with, I'm trying to read this with the tones that I interpret and, I guess, I don't know. I try to read it well in these ways, but hopefully it comes off okay and off the way that it's intended. Settler nativism, or what Vine Deloria Jr. calls the Indian grandmother complex, is a settler move to innocence because it is an attempt to deflect a settler identity, while continuing to enjoy settler privilege and occupying stolen land. Deloria observes that settler nativism is gendered and considers the reasons a storied Indian grandmother might have more appeal than an Indian grandfather. On one level, it can be expected that many settlers have an ancestor who was indigenous and or who was a chattel slave. This is precisely the habit of settler colonialism, which pushes humans into other human communities, strategies of rape and sexual violence, and also the ordinary attractions of human relationships, ensures that settlers have indigenous and chattel slave ancestors. You're giving the text color. Further, though race is a social construct, indigenous peoples and chattel slaves, particularly slaves from the continent of Africa, were/are racialized differently in ways that supported the logics and aims of settler colonialism, the erasure of the indigenous person, and the capture and containment of the slave. Quote, Indians and black people in the U.S. have been racialized in opposing ways that reflect their antithetical. All right, let me try that again. Quote, Indians and black people in the U.S. have been racialized in opposing ways that reflect their antithetical roles in the formation of U.S. society. Patrick Wolf, 2006, explains. Antithetical, opposed. Black people's enslavement produced an inclusive taxonomy that automatically enslaved the offspring as a slave and any other parent. In the wake of slavery, this taxonomy became fully racialized. In the one-drop rule, whereby any amount of African ancestry, no matter how remote and regardless of phenotypical appearance, makes a person black. Page 387. Kim Tallbear argues that the one-drop rule dominates understandings of race in the United States, and so most people in the U.S. have not been able to understand indigenous identity. Latour, 12. Through the one-drop rule, blackness in settler colonial contexts is expansive, ensuring that a slave criminal status will be inherited by an expanding member of black descendants. Yet, indigenous peoples have been racialized in a profoundly different way. Native Americanness is subtractive. Hi, Albrism. Thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Pleb, pleb. I know you've been hanging out with Bun in the C stream. I am reading around decolonization. But we're kind of having to unpack everything before that. Right now we're on Settler Moves to Innocence. I hope you're doing well, though. Hope you're having a pretty decent day. Now I have to find where I was. Here. Let's see. You often watch 3 to 5 streams. I got you. Me too. I can't listen to all of them, but I try to support people, but it's hard. Let's see. But I appreciate the sub a lot. 9 months is a long time, and it's a lot of support. It keep me alive. I want to see the sub note. Or the footnote. Footnote 10. Native American, then, can be a signifier for how indigenous peoples, over 500 federally recognized tribes and nations in the U.S. alone, are racialized into one vanishing race in the U.S. settler colonial context. Native Americanness is subtractive. Native Americans are constructed to become fewer in number and less native, but never exactly white over time. Our/their status as indigenous peoples, first inhabitants, is the basis of their land claims, and the goal of settler colonialism is to diminish claims to land over generations, or sooner if possible. That is, Native American is a racialization that portrays contemporary indigenous generations to be less authentic, less indigenous than every prior generation, in order to ultimately phase out indigenous claims to land and usher in settler claims to property. This is primarily done through blood quantum registries and policies, which were forced on indigenous nations and communities, and in some cases have overshadowed former ways of determining tribal membership. Wolf 2006 explains. The racializations of indigenous people. Oh, wait, no, fuck. I skipped a paragraph. For Indians, in stark contrast, non-Indian ancestry comprised their indigeny, producing, quote, half-breeds, a regime that persists in the form of blood quantum regulations, as opposed to enslaved people whose reproduction augmented their owners' wealth. Indigenous people obstructed settlers' access to land, so their increase was counterproductive. In this way, the restrictive racial classification of Indians straightforwardly furthered the logic of elimination. Page 387. The racialization of indigenous people and black people in the U.S. settler colonial nation state are geared to ensure the ascendancy of white settlers as the true and rightful owners and occupiers of the land. In the national mythologies of such societies, it is believed that white people came first, and that it is they who principally developed the land, Aboriginal peoples are presumed to be mostly dead or assimilated. European settlers thus become the original inhabitants and the group most entitled to the fruits of citizenship. Razak, 2002, page 1 to 2, emphasis original. Understand how oppressed people are racialized differently is so, or understanding how oppressed people are racialized differently is so important. It really, really is. Like, you know, for me, I am half white, half Vietnamese, mostly raised by my Vietnamese side, but I am a settler on this US colony. There's general terms we use like privilege and intersectionality and white guilt and microaggressions, but understanding the specifics of a struggle has to go hand in hand with that. Hello, Sour Dusk. Welcome. Welcome to here. I am reading today. I am reading Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. We are we're I don't know, we're in the midst of like how white people kind of tie themselves back to this, even though it's I don't know, there's a lot. It's a lot. It's good. It's only 40 pages. I'm only 13 pages in though. Hope you're doing all right today. See Bun playing Deep Rock, and I'm like, you're fairly well. That's good to hear. Where was I? Here we go. In the racialization of whiteness, blood quantum rules are reversed so that white people can stay white, yet claim descendants from an Indian grandmother. In 1924, the Virginia legislature passed the Racial Integrity Act, which enforced the one-drop rule, except for white people who claimed a distant Indian grandmother. The result of strong lobbying from the aristocratic first families of Virginia, who all claim to have descended from Pocahontas, including Nancy Reagan, born in 1921. Known as the Pocahontas exception, this loophole allowed thousands of white people to claim Indian ancestry, while actual indigenous people were reclassified as colored and disappeared off the public record. Footnote 11. You know what's so interesting and kind of funny is that colonizers are afraid of uprisings because they don't understand freedom and democracy without killing the indigenous population. And by saying things like land back or from the river to the sea, they think the role reversal. And I know I'm not my ancestor because they just wanted freedom. Honestly. Need more. First families of Virginia. First, my ass. I know. Bleh. I know. They always think that, like, that other people will do unto them what they did unto them. And because they know what they did was bad. They understand that. But they can't do anything about it. Wait, what was footnote 11? The 1940 census only recorded 198 Indians in the state of Virginia. 6 out of 8 tribes in Virginia are currently unable to obtain federal recognition because of the racial erasure under the Racial Integrity Act, Fisk 2004. 6 out of 8 tribes. Settler nativism, through the claiming of a long-lost ancestor, invests in these specific racializations of indigenous people and black people, and disbelieves the sovereign authority of indigenous nations to determine tribal membership. Dakota scholar Kim Talbert, in interview on the recent Elizabeth Warren example, provides an account that echoes and updates Deloria's account, speaking to the many versions of settler nativism she has encountered, in which people say, "My great-grandmother was an Indian princess," or "I'm descended from Pocahontas." What Elizabeth Warren said about the high cheekbones, "I've had so many people from across the political spectrum say things that's strange or stranger. And my point is, maybe you do have some remote ancestor. So what? You don't just get to decide you're Cherokee if the community does not recognize you as such," as quoted in Latour 2012. Yeah, rip them if you fucking tell them. So scared of them gaining conscious thought. But why though? If you had nothing to hide, you wouldn't be in danger. We're not fucking stupid. Yeah. Ancestry is different from tribal membership. Indigenous identity and tribal membership are questions that indigenous communities alone have the right to struggle over and define, not DNA tests, heritage websites, and certainly not the settler state. Settler nativism is about imagining an Indian past and a settler future. In contrast, tribal sovereignty has provided for an indigenous present, and various indigenous intellectuals theorize decolonization as native futures without a settler state. Anyone who also is popping in later, I do want to reiterate again that it is Native American Heritage Month. I would very much encourage you to go look for Native streamers just to support, just in general. You'll find there's so many cool people, and there's some people who just, they just do cool, chill stuff like play video games and stuff. And there are other people who dedicate their platforms to education, playing documentaries, sharing beautiful cultural things like, modern music by indigenous people. There's and just films. There's a lot out there. And on Twitch's end, they have not recognized Native American Heritage Month for the past few years, despite the growing presence. I think despite no help and no focus and no attention on them, they're going strong. They do great. And I don't know, they deserve the same care and spotlight on months that are not even just months, but always, but at the very fucking minimum, months that are supposed to be dedicated to them, how there are many other months for Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month and stuff. And this is still related to Americas, so it's not like this is it's because it's a global blah blah blah, and Hi Hanao. Welcome. Okay, I gotta say that again too. And now welcome. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Eternal Return. I hope you had a good stream. I think I had you up on a tab, so I think I can close that now. Feel free to take care of yourself. To anyone who doesn't know me, hello, I am Nekua. I use he, they, it pronouns. I'm a little fey, feline, dragon entity thing. Today we're reading through Decolonization is Not a Metaphor, It is a very academic kind of paper. It's going good. It's very relevant to so many things. You're gonna go lay down because your neck hurty. Okay, that sounds good. You take care of yourself. I'm sorry your neck hurt. If anyone is coming in, if you haven't taken your meds today, please do. If you haven't, make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you got your bellies full. You're comfy, warm. Take care of yourselves. I was just kind of stating how like this month is Native American Heritage Month, and I've definitely seen a lot of like Native American streamer peers talking about how Twitch hasn't really recognized that over the years, despite the fact that they'll recognize other months for other groups of people. There are many, many wonderful like Native American, I don't know, folks that I follow. So, I mean, they deserve as much spotlight as anyone else. And especially for a month that's supposed to be like to turn the spotlight. I don't know. It's a disheartening for sure that Twitch still isn't really like doing anything to spotlight anyone. So please support people. But yeah. Wait, I gotta look back up before the raid. Where we're slightly paused, just a little bit. Let's see. You know how earlier in the text the authors talked about epistemic, ontological, and cosmological violence? This is sort of one example of it. By externally imposing a system of beliefs of race, racialization, but also other things, onto oppressed people, and basically gaslighting the oppressed into believing that system through law, culture, discourse, etc. Yeah. I need to take my meds actually. So let me do that really quick and then we will continue on. We're on Moves to Innocence 2, Settler Adoption Fantasies. We just were going through how there are a lot of white people in the US that will say that they have the great great grandmother the Indian princess, and it's a one drop rule of this and that, and it doesn't apply to them. And oh, okay, let's continue on. Maybe I should have pinned this as something people can download before I. Let me do that now. Let me look for where you can download it. I had it saved on Twitter because it's a paper that's open for anyone to read. The CC or no CC the copyright on it basically says as long as you're not like trying to profit, as long as you source properly, you're good to share this around. And it's good so far. I like it so far. It's informative, you know? It is written from a pair, one indigenous and one non-indigenous person. Where is the source? Here we go. Some people have even just screen recorded them. And so. I'll copy this one since it also has a screen recording if people want to download that instead of the thing, but the quote, the retweet that it is quoting off of has the direct link to the PDF. My OBS doesn't want to let me pin, so Rogue, I'm gonna have to ask you to do one little bit of work to pin that, and I guess perma pin for the night. If you would please. Or anyone else who might have mod. Thank you. I love you. All right. Yeah, I want to make sure that people can get like the resources too for themselves. Especially if like you only want to pop in a little and you do want to read later yourself. Okay. Moves to Innocence 2, Settler Adoption Fantasies. Describing acts of passing, Sarah Ahmed, 2000, asserts the importance of being able to replace, quote, the stranger, or take the place of the other, in the consolidation and reaffirmation of white identity. To become without becoming is to reproduce the other as not I, within, rather than beyond the structure of the I, page 132. Self-care check. Yes, please take care of yourselves. Please, please. Shireen Razak, reading Ahmed, tells us that appropriating the other's pain occurs when, quote, we think we are recognizing not only the other's pain, but his or her difference. Difference becomes the conduit of identification in much the same way as pain does. Razak, 2007, page 379. Discussing the film Dances with Wolves, a cinematic fiction of a Union soldier in the post-bellum Civil War era who befriends and protects the Lakota Sioux, who are represented as a noble, dying race. Ahmed critically engages the narrative, in which a white man, played by Kevin Costner, comes to respect the Sioux. To the point of being able to dance their dances, the white man in this example is able to, quote, to become without becoming. Ahmed, 2000, page 32. He alone is transformed through his encounter with the Sioux, while they remain the mechanism for his transformation. He becomes the authentic knower, while they remain what is to be known and consumed, and spit out again, as good Indians who confirm the white man's position as hero of the story. The Sioux remains objects, while Kevin Costner is able to go anywhere and be anything. Ahmed's analysis, as discussed by Razak, 2007, page 379. For the purpose of this article, we locate the desire to become without becoming Indian within settler adoption fantasies. These fantasies can mean the adoption of indigenous practices and knowledge, but more refer to those narratives in the settler colonial imagination in which the native, understanding that he is becoming extinct, hands over his land, his claim to the land, his very Indianness to the settler for safekeeping. This is a fantasy that is invested in a settler futurity and dependent on the foreclosure of an indigenous futurity. Settler adoption fantasies are long-standing narratives in the United States, fueled by rare instances of ceremonial, quote, adoptions, from John Smith's adoption in 1607 by Powhatan, quote, or Pocahontas's father, to Lewis Henry Morgan's adoption in 1847 by Seneca member Jimmy Johnson, to the recent adoption of actor Johnny Depp by the family of La Donna Harris, a Comanche woman and social activist. As sovereign nations, tribes make decisions about who is considered a member, so our interest is not in whether adoptions are appropriate or legitimate, rather because the prevalence of the adoption narrative in American literature, film, television, holidays, and history books far exceeds the actual occurrences of adoptions. We are interested in how this narrative spins a fantasy that an individual settler can become innocent, indeed heroic, and indigenized against a backdrop of national guilt. The adoption fantasy is the mythical trump card desired by critical settlers who feel remorse about settler colonialism, one that absolves them from the inheritance of settler crimes, and that bequeaths a new inheritance of nativeness and claims to land, which is a reaffirmation of what the settler project has been all along. To more fully explain, we turn to perhaps the most influential version of the adoption narrative penned by James Fenimore Cooper in 1823 to 1841. James Fenimore, son. Once I'm finished with this, up to here. Son of that genius in land speculation, William Cooper, Butterfield, 1954, page 374, grew up in the Six Nations territory that his father had grabbed and named after himself as Cooperstown, New York. In these Iroquois lakes, forests, and hills, James Fenimore and later his daughter Susan imagined for themselves frontier romances full of tragic Indians, inventive and compassionate settlers, and virginal white/Indian women in virgin wilderness. Okay, let me give you your kissies. We'll continue on. Come here. Mwah. 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 White women with Palestinian children. God. Yeah, I hate all the people right now who are like, oh, I would adopt these children. Like, these children wouldn't be parentless if it wasn't for you. Anyways. Let me get out of that. Here. Cooper's 5-book series, collectively called the Leather Stockings Tales, are foundational in the emergence of American literature. Melville called Cooper, quote, our national author, and it was no exaggeration. Oh, I realized that I should have turned text-to-speech off because it just isn't on. I'm sorry. Rogue, could you refund those points? I'm too lazy to set this and this up, but I do have things open so I can turn off the chat TTS. Oh wait, if I turn it off right now, then you aren't going to be able to refund it. You're going to Betty for now. Good night. May we learn to be excellent to each other instead of needlessly dominating. I know. You have a good night. You rest well. Take care. And take care tomorrow and the rest of the week. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off now. Tell you about that though. I appreciate you lurking. His were most widely read His were the most widely read novels of the time, and in the age of the printing press, this meant they were the most circulated books in a U.S. print-based popular culture. Mass print established national language and identity, an imagined community, Anderson, 1991, from which emerges America as a nation, as opposed to just as an assortment of former colonies. The tales are credited with the construction of the vanishing Indian, the resourceful frontiersman, and the uh, uh, the vanishing Indian, the resourceful frontierman, the degenerate black person, the pivotal triad of archetypes that form the basis for an American national literature. The Last of Mohawkins is undoubtedly the most famous among the tales, and has been remade into 3 separate television series in 1957, 1971, and 2004, an opera in 1977, a BBC radio adaptation in 1995, a 2007 Marvel comic book series, a stage drama in performances since 2010, and 11 separate films spanning 1912 to 1992. In a sense, Last of the Mohawkins is a national narrative that has never stopped being remade. Let's see the footnotes 12 and 13. Tellingly, these remakes were produced in Canada, Britain, Germany, and the United States. Footnote 13. To include all the remakes of the story in its different forms. Example, the post 9/11 historical fiction Gangs of New York, the 2009 film Avatar, or the 2011 film The Descendants, also discussed in this article, would require an exhaustive and exhausting account well beyond the scope of this article. Across all 5 books, Cooper's epic hero is Natty Bumppo, a white man gone native, at home in nature, praised for his wisdom and ways that are both Indian and white. In Last of the Mohawkins, this hero becomes the adopted son of Chingachgook, fictional chief of the fictional tribe Mohawkins, who renames Natty Nathaniel Hawkeye, thus legitimizing and completing his indigeneity. At the same time, Chingachgook conveniently fades into extinction. In a critical symbolic gesture, Chingachgook hands over his son Uncas, the last of the Mohawkins, to the adopted indigenized white man Hawkeye. When Uncas dies, the ramification is obvious. Hawkeye becomes, without becoming, the last of the Mohawkins. You are now one of us. You are now native. The pale faces are masters of the earth and the time of the red man has not yet come again. Cooper, 2000, page 407. Cooper's books fantasize the founding and expansion of the U.S. settler nation by fictionalizing the period of 1740 to 1804, distilling into the single narrative of one man. The arc of his life stands in for the narrative of national development. The heroic settler, Natty Bumppo, transitions from British trapper to Native American. Let me finish the sentence. To prairie pioneer in the new western frontier. Okay. Hi, Scoots. How is Magic and Mayhem? I hope it was running better today. I hope you're doing okay. Welcome. We're 15 pages in. I hope you're holding up okay today. It's nice to see you. Meow. I figure anyone who's coming in from you knows me, but if they don't, I'm Nekua. I'm a little fey feline dragon entity. We're here and reading Decolonization is not a metaphor. We are on the white people adopting the Native American shit. Meow. But I hope you're holding up okay. You take care of yourself. Feel free to go do aftercare things of stream. Maybe get some dinner. Make sure you're hydrated. You can lay. Anyone can lurk. Just vibe. All good. Take this moment to stretch a bit. Take a sippy. Oh, another raid. Hi, Lampy Lust. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had fun with Dark Souls. Feel free to take care of yourself. Do all your decompression things. 1 second. I got a knock at the door. Okay, sorry about that. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and your raiders are holding up well. Feel free to take care of yourselves. Feel free to lurk. Go off to your favorite streamer. If you haven't taken your meds today, please do. If you have any. Hide weight, feast, etc. I'm Nekua. I'm here reading a kind of academic paper. It's called Decolonization is not a metaphor. We've been going over a lot. We're only like 15 pages in, and it's only 40 pages. That's a lot. It's good. You bought the DLC, wanted to start a new character for a fresh playthrough. I hope it was real fun. Thank you for bringing your community over. Okay, let me get back to where I was. Interestingly, the books themselves were written in reverse chronological order, starting with the pioneer going backwards in time through such historical hypnosis. Settler literature fabricates past lives all the way back to an Indian past. Quote, I am American becomes I was frontiersman, was British, was Indian. I mean, so I haven't read this either. This is my first time reading through this too. I have a really hard time sitting and reading through papers, and I figured this would be a good way for me to be able to consume this too. There's a lot of like general information on a lot of different topics, like a lot of these different intersectional sort of topics that I generally learn about through this or that article, from other people introducing me to something, from a book or another. And there are so many things to always be learning about, and I want to keep up learning more, because it is, as I go on, it becomes increasingly more and more important to me, and I think important overall, I think, to the world. So I don't know, but I'm just doing my little piece here to just understand and learn more. And if anyone else is interested too, then I'm just glad that, you know, some people are interested and want to listen along. Or there's also the pinned message here in the chat is leads you straight to the PDF too. Well, first it leads you to like a little screen recording if you like to just look at like the screen recording and videos, but the quote retweet of it, the main retweet from it, also has the PDF that you can download yourself if you want. And it is open copyright of, as long as they are cited, people are welcome to share it and distribute it around. I'm just thankful that, you know, people are making these pieces, writing these down, putting these up in places for other people to easily access for free. You listen for most of this. I have a nice voice. Thank you. I'm trying to give it, like, I don't know, a good reading that it deserves. I think it's important. I think it's impactful. So I'm trying to read it with as much of the punches as in the way it deserves, I guess. Also, thank you for the petties. We've been going over a lot, and right now it's kind of like the like wanting to be Indian but not Indian, to basically just to kind of like absolve you of guilt and how deep it runs in history. In this fantasy, Hawkeye is both adopter and adoptee. The act of adopting indigenous ways makes him, quote, deserving to be adopted by the indigenous. Settler fantasies of adoption alleviate the anxiety of settler unbelonging. He adopts the love of the land and therefore thinks he belongs to the land. He is a first environmentalist and sentimentalist, nostalgic for vanishing native ways. In today's jargon, he could be thought of as an eco-activist, naturalist, and Indian sympathizer. At the same time, his cultural hybridity is what makes him more fit to survive the ultimate social Darwinism better than both British and Indian. He is the mythical American. Hawkeye, hybrid white and Indian, becomes the reluctant but nonetheless rightful inheritor of the land and warden of its vanishing people. If I'm ever around and you're doing other readings, you'll listen. Aw. I might try and pick up doing more readings. I think it's nice. It helps me out a lot, so, because I want to read a lot more. There's a lot on the plate. I just have undiagnosed ADHD or something, and I'm hard to focus on anything. Similarly, the settler intellectual who hybridizes decolonial thought with Western critical traditions, metaphorizing decolonization, emerges superior to both native intellectuals and continental theorists simultaneously. With his critical hawk eye, he again sees the critique better than anyone and sees the world from a loftier station. Footnote 14. His lament is that no one else can see what he sees, just as Hawkeye laments his failed attempts to rescue white people from bad Indians and good Indians from ignorant white people. He is the escapee from Plato's cave. The rest of us are stuck in the dark. It is a fiction, just as Cooper's Hawkeye, just as the adoption, just as the belonging. In addition to fabricating historical memory, the tales serve to generate historical amnesia. The books were published between 1823 to 1841, at the height of the Jacksonian period, with the Indian Removal Act of 1830 and subsequent Trail of Tears, 1831 to 1837. During this time, 46,000 Native Americans were removed from their homelands, opening 25 million acres of land for resettlement. The tales are not only silent on Indian removal, but narrate the Indian as vanishing in an earlier time frame, and thus indigenous people are already dead prior to removal. Performing sympathy is critical to Cooper's project of settler innocence. It is no accident that he is often read as a sympathizer to the Indians, despite the fact that he didn't know any. In contrast to Jackson's policies of removal and genocide, Cooper is cast as the innocent father of U.S. ideology, in contrast to the bad white men of history. Hi, Jeannie. Welcome. Performing suffering is also critical to Cooper's project of settler innocence. Hawkeye takes on the imagined demeanor of the vanishing native, brooding, vengeful, protecting a dying way of life, and unsuccessful in finding a mate and producing offspring. Thus, sympathy and suffering are the tokens used to absorb the native other's difference, coded as pain, not I, onto the I. The settler's personal suffering feeds his fantasy of mutuality. The 2011 film, The Descendants, is a modern remake of the adoption fantasy, blended with a healthy dose of settler nativism. George Clooney's character, King, is a Haole Haipo descendant, the last surviving princess of Hawaii, and reluctant inheritor of a massive expanse of land, the last wilderness on the island of Kauai. In contrast to his obnoxious settler cousins, he earns his privilege as an overworked lawyer rather than relying on his unearned inheritance. Furthermore, Clooney's character suffers. He's a dysfunctional father, heading a dysfunctional family, watching his wife wither away in a coma, learning that she cheated on him, and so he is somehow Hawaiian at heart, because pain is the token for oppression. Claims to pain then equate to claims of being an innocent non-oppressor. By the film's end, King goes against the wishes of his profiteering settler cousins and chooses to keep the land, reluctantly accepting that his is the steward of the land, a responsibility bequeathed upon him as an accident of birth. This is the denouncement of reconciliation between the settler I and the interiorized native not I within the settler. Sympathy and suffering are profoundly satisfying for settler cinema. The Descendants was nominated for 5 Academy Awards and won the Best Adapted Screenplay in 2012. The beauty of this settler fantasy is that it adopts decolonization and aborts it in one gesture. Hawkeye adopts Uncas, who then conveniently dies. King adopts Hawaii and negates the necessity for Ea, Kanaka Maoli sovereignty. Decolonization is stillborn, rendered irrelevant because decolonization is already completed by the indigenized consciousness of the settler. Now we are all Indian, all Hawaiian, and decolonization is no longer an issue. Our only recourse is to move forward, however regretfully, with our settler future. In the unwritten decolonial version of Cooper's story, Hawkeye would lose his land back to the Mohawkins, the real people upon whose land Cooper's town was built and whose rivers, lakes, and forests Cooper mined for his frontier romances. Hawkeye would shoot his last arrow or his last long rifle shot, return his eagle feather, and would be renamed Natty Bumppo, settler on native land. The story would end with the moment of this recognition. Unresolved are the questions. Would a conversation follow after that between native and the last settler? Would the settler leave or just vanish? Would he ask to stay? And if he did, who would say yes? These are questions that will be addressed at decolonization and not a priority in order to appease anxieties for a future. A settler future. Splat. Me too. Ah. Move to Innocence 3. Colonial evocation. Wait, equivocation. There we go. Equivocation. Colonial equivocation. A more nuanced move to innocence is the homogenizing of various experiences of oppression as colonization, calling different groups colonized without describing their relationship to settler colonialism is an equivocation, the fallacy of using a word in different senses at different stages of the reasoning. Etymony? Oh, fuck. 2001. Oh, it's just literally just dictionary. In particular, describing all struggles against imperialism as decolonizing creates a convenient ambiguity between decolonization and social justice work, especially among people of color, queer people, and other groups marginalized by the settler nation state. We are all colonized may be a true statement, but it is deceptively embracive and vague in its inference. None of us are settlers. Equivocation or calling everything by the same name is a move towards innocence that is especially vogue in coalition politics among a people of color. True. People of color who enter/are brought into the settler colonial nation state also enter the triad of relations between settler-native slave. We are referring here to the colonial pathways that are usually described as immigration, and how the refugee, immigrant, migrant is invited to be a settler in some scenarios, given the appropriate investments in whiteness, or is made an illegal, criminal presence in other scenarios. Ghetto colonialism, prisons, and under-resourced compulsory shooting, under-resourced compulsory schooling are specializations of settler colonialism in North America. They are produced by the collapsing of internal, external, and settler colonialisms into new blended categories. Footnote 15. Detention centers contain the foreign, non-citizen subject, who is paradoxically outside of the nation, yet at the mercy of imperial sovereignty within the metropole. Me too, Scoots. This triad of settler-native slave and its selective collapsibility seems to be unique to settler colonial nations. For example, all Aleut people on the Aleutian Islands were collected and placed in internment camps for 4 years after the bombing of Dutch Harbor. The stated rationale was the protection of the people, but another likely reason was that the US government feared that Aleuts feared the Aleuts would become allies with the Japanese and or be difficult to differentiate from potential Japanese spies. White people who lived on the Aleutian Islands at that same time were not interned. Internment in abandoned warehouses and canneries in southeast Alaska was the cause of significant numbers of death of children and elders, physical injury, and illness among Aleut people. Aleut internment during World War II is largely ignored as part of U.S. history. The shuffling of indigenous people between native, enslavable other, and orientalized other shows how settler colonialism constructs and collapses its triad of categories. Aleutian Island is southwest Alaska. If you knew I was streaming, you wouldn't have. I'm sorry. It's okay. There's always the bot, I guess. Alaska was mentioned a bit earlier, too. I did not know about those islands. It makes sense, but definitely, like it said, it's not something that popped up in our U.S. history books, despite having so many years of all these U.S. history things that they teach us in school. This just didn't pop up. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, too. I hope not. I'm going to take one moment to stuff my mouth with food. You usually hear Aleutian, but don't know if. Let's see. It's not even, it's like two different people too, huh? The name Aleut was introduced in the 1700s by Russian fur traders who used it for two culturally distinct people who call themselves the Unangas and Sugpiak. Unangas spoke the Aleut language, while the Sugpiak spoke Alut Alutik Aluti-ik, or Pacific Yupik. A lot of names seem to come from Russians. I guess it makes sense. I feel like I'd have to find like some sort of pronunciation video or something from indigenous like channel or something from these people. So I am sorry if I say things wrong. All of our sources are English or Russian, basically. Actually, I see footnote 16, orientalized other. We are using orientalized other in sense of the enemy other, following Edward Said's 1978 analysis of Orientalism. Hi, Kat. Thank you for your lurky. Oh, that's another one I want to read. Said's Orientalism book. I gotta find that. I might have got it, but I don't know. More to read, I suppose. More to read. This colonizing trick explains why certain minorities can at times become model and quasi-assimilable, as exemplified by Asian settler colonialism, civil rights, model minority discourse, and the use of Hispanic as an ethnic category to mean both white and non-white. Yet, in times of crisis, revert to the status of foreign contagions, as exemplified by Japanese internment, Islamophobia, Chinese exclusion, Red Scare, anti-Irish nativism. World War II anti-Semitism and anti-Mexican immigration. This is why labor, or workers, as in a gentle political class, fails to activate the decolonizing project. Shifting lines of the International Division of Labor. Spivak, 1985, page 84. Bisect the very category of labor into caste-like bodies, built for work on one hand and rewardable citizen workers on the other. Some labor becomes settlers, while excess labor becomes enslavable, criminal, murderable. The impossibility of fully becoming a white settler, in this case, white referring to an exceptionalized position with assumed rights to invulnerability and legal supremacy, as articulated by minority literature preoccupied with glass ceilings and forever foreign status and myth of the model minority, offer a strong critique of the myth of the democratic nation state. However, its logical endpoint, the attainment of equal legal and cultural entitlements, is actually an investment in settler colonialism. Indeed, even the ability to be a minority citizen in the settler nation means an option to become a brown settler. For many people of color, becoming subordinate settler is an option even when becoming white is not. Following stolen resources is a phrase that Wayne has encountered, used to describe Filipino overseas labor. Over 10% of the population of the Philippines is working abroad, and other migrations from colony to metropole. This phrase is an important anti-colonial framing of a colonial situation. However, an anti-colonial critique is not the same as a decolonizing framework. Anti-colonial critique often celebrates empowered post-colonial subjects who seize denied privileges from the metropole. This anti-to-post-colonial project doesn't strive to undo colonialism, but rather to remake it and subvert it. Seeking stolen resources is entangled with settler colonialism because those resources were native first, then enlisted into the service of settlement, and thus almost impossible to reclaim without reoccupying native land. Furthermore, the post-colonial pursuit of resources is fundamentally an anthropocentric model, and land, water, air, animals, and plants are never able to become post-colonial. They remain objects to be exploited by the empowered post-colonial subjects. Equivocation is the vague equating of colonialisms that erase the sweeping scope of land as the basis of wealth, power, law, in settler nation-states. Vocalizing a multicultural approach to oppressions or remaining silent on settler colonialism while talking about colonialisms or tacking on a gesture towards indigenous people without addressing indigenous sovereignty or rights, or forwarding a thesis on decolonization without regards to unsettling, deoccupying lands are equivocations. That is, they ambiguously avoid engaging with settler colonialism. They are ambivalent about minority, people of color, colonized others, as settlers. They are cryptic about indigenous land rights in spaces inhabited by people of color. Moves to Innocence 4. Free your mind, and the rest will follow. Fanon told us in 1963 that decolonizing the mind is the first step, not the only step, towards overthrowing colonial regimes. Yet we wonder whether another settler moves to innocence. Or whether another settler move to innocence is to focus on decolonizing the mind, or the cultivation of critical consciousness, as if it were the sole activity of decolonization, to allow conscientization to stand in for the more uncomfortable task of relinquishing stolen land. We agree that curricula, literature, and pedagogy can be crafted to aid people in learning to see settler colonialism, to articulate critiques of settler epistemology, and set aside settler histories and values in search of ethics that reject domination and exploitation. This is not unimportant work. However, the front-loading of critical consciousness building can lay way decolonization, even though the experience of teaching and learning to be critical of settler colonialism can be so powerful it can feel like it is indeed making change. Until stolen land is relinquished, critical consciousness does not translate into action that disrupts settler colonialism. So, we respectfully disagree with George Clinton and Funkadelic 1970 and En Vogue 1992 when they assert that if you free your mind and the rest, your ass, will follow. Paulo Freire, eminent education philosopher, popular educator, and liberation theologian, wrote his celebrated book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, in no small part as a response to Fanon's Wretched of the Earth its influence on upon critical pedagogy, or pedagogy, Pe- uh, peda, God, pedagogy. There you go. God, its influence upon critical pedagogy and on the practices of educators committed to social justice cannot be overstated. Therefore, it is important to point out significant differences between Freire and Fanon, especially with regards to decolonization. Freire situates the work of liberation in the minds of the oppressed, an abstract category of dehumanized worker vis-a-vis a similarly abstract category of oppressor. This is a sharp right turn away from Fanon's work, which always positioned the work of liberation in the particularities of colonization, in the specific structural and interpersonal categories of native and settler. Under Freire's paradigm, how do you actually say that? Where's the button to hear it? Paradigm. All right, let me try that again. Thank you. Under Freire's paradigm, it is unclear who the opposed are, even more ambiguous who the oppressors are. And it is inferred throughout that an innocent third category of enlightened humans exist, those who suffer with the oppressed and fight at their side. Freire, 2000, page 42. These words, taken from the opening dedication of Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Jelly, what do you want? He's just started crying. Oh, 1 second, my boys. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Where was I? I have to look this word up again. Pedagogy. These words, taken from the opening dedication of Pedagogy of the Oppressed, invoke the same settler fantasy of mutually based on sympathy and suffering. Fanon positions decolonization as chaotic, an unclean break from a colonial condition that is already overdetermined by the violence of the colonizer and unresolved in its possible futures. By contrast, Freire positions liberation as redemption, a freeing of both oppressor and the oppressed through their humanity. Humans become subjects who then proceed to work on the objects of the world, animals, earth, water, and indeed read the word critical consciousness in order to right the world, exploit nature. For Freire, there are no natives, no settlers, and indeed no history, and the future is simply a rupture from the timeless present. Settler colonialism is absent from his discussion, implying that it is an unimportant analytic or that it is an already completed project of the past, a past operation, or a past oppression, perhaps. Freire's theories of liberation resoundingly echo the allegory of Plato's cave. A continental philosophy of mental emancipation, whereby the thinking man individually emerges from the dark cave of ignorance into the light of critical consciousness. By contrast, Black feminist thought roots freedom in the darkness of the cave, in that well of feeling and wisdom from which all knowledge is recreated. These places of possibility within ourselves are dark because they are ancient and hidden. They have survived and grown strong through the darkness. Within these deep places, each one of us holds an incredible reserve of creativity and power, of unexamined and unrecorded emotion and feeling. The woman's place of power within each of us is neither white nor surface. It is dark, it is ancient, and it is deep. Lord, 1984. Pages 36 to 37. Audre Lorde's words provide a sharp contrast to Plato's site-centric imagination of liberation. The white fathers told us, "I think, therefore I am," and the black mothers in each of us, the poet, whispers in our dream, "I feel, therefore I can be free." Page 38. For Lorde, writing is not action upon the world. Rather, poetry is giving a name to the nameless. First made into language, then into idea, then into more tangible action. Page 37. Importantly, freedom is a possibility that is not just mentally generated. It is particular and felt. Freire's philosophies have encouraged educators to use colonization as a metaphor for oppression. In such a paradigm, internal colonization reduces to mental colonization, logically leading to the solution of decolonizing one's mind, and the rest will follow. Such philosophy conveniently sidesteps the most unsettling of questions. The essential thing is to see clearly, to think clearly, that is, dangerously, and to answer clearly the innocent first question: what, fundamentally, is colonization? There, 2000, page 32. Because colonialism is compromised of global and historical relations, Cesaire's question must be considered globally and historically. However, it cannot be reduced to a global answer, nor a historical answer. To do so is to use colonization metaphorically. What is colonization? Must be answered specifically with attention to the colonial apparatus that is assembled to order the relationships between particular peoples, lands, the natural world, and civilization. Colonialism is marked by its specializations. In North America and other settings, settler sovereignty imposes sexuality, legality, raciality, language, religion, and property in specific ways. Decolonization, likewise, must be thought through in these particularities. To agree on what decolonization is not, neither evangelization. To agree on what decolonization is not, neither evangelization nor a philanthropic enterprise, nor a desire to push back the frontiers of ignorance, disease, and tyranny. There, 2000, page 32. We deliberately extend Cesaire's words above to assert what decolonization is not. It is not converting indigenous politics to a Western doctrine of liberation. It is not a philanthropic process of helping the at-risk and alleviating suffering. It is not a generic term for struggle against oppressive conditions and outcomes. The broad umbrella of social justice may have room underneath for all of these efforts. By contrast, decolonization specifically requires the reparation of indigenous land and life. Decolonization is not a metonym for social justice. We don't intend to discourage those who have dedicated careers and lives to teaching themselves and others to be critically conscious of racism, sexism, homophobia, classism, xenophobia, and settler colonialism. We are asking them/you to consider how the pursuit of critical consciousness, the pursuit of social justice through a critical enlightenment can also be settler moves to innocence, diversions, distractions, which relieve the settler of feelings of guilt or responsibility and conceal the need to give up land or power or privilege. Anna Jacobs' 2009 master's thesis explores the possibilities for what she calls white harm reduction models. Harm reduction models attempt to reduce the harm or risk of specific practices. Jacobs identifies white supremacy as a public health issue that is at the root of most other public health issues. The goal of white harm reduction models, Jacobs says, is to reduce the harm that white supremacy has had on white people and the deep harm it has caused non-white people over generations. Learning from Jacobs' analysis, we understand the curricular pedagogical project of critical consciousness as settler harm reduction, crucial in the resuscitation of practices and intellectual life outside of settler ontologies. The noting. Settler harm reduction is intended only as a stopgap as the environmental crisis escalates and peoples around the globe are exposed to greater concentrations of violence and poverty. The need for settler harm reduction is acute, profoundly so. At the same time, we remember that, by definition, settler harm reduction, like conscientization, is not the same as decolonization, and does not inherently offer any pathway that leads to decolonization. Moves to Innocence 5. At risk. At risk peoples. This settler move to innocence is concerned with the ways in which indigenous peoples are counted, codified, represented, and disincluded by educational researchers and other social science researchers. Indigenous peoples are rendered visible in mainstream educational research in two main ways: as at-risk peoples and as asterisk peoples. This compromises a settler move to innocence because it erases and then conceals the erasure of indigenous peoples within the settler colonial nation state, and moves indigenous nations as populations to the margins of public discourse. As at-risk peoples, indigenous students and families are described as on the verge of extinction, culturally and economically bereft, engaged or soon to be engaged in self-destructive behaviors which can interrupt their school careers and seamless absorption into the economy. Even though it is widely known and verified that Native youth gain access to personal and academic success when they also have access to instruction in their home languages, most Native American and Alaskan Native youth are taught in English-only schools by temporary teachers who know little about their students' communities. Lomawaima and McCarthy, 2006. Lee, 2011. Even though indigenous knowledge systems predate, expand, update, complicate the curricula found in most public schools, schools attended by poor indigenous students are among the most regimented in attempts to comply with federal mandates. Though these mandates intrude on the sovereignty of indigenous peoples, the services promised at the inception of these mandates do little to make the schools attended by indigenous youth better at providing them a compelling, relevant, inspiring, and meaningful education. Let's take a sip. At the same time, indigenous communities become the asterisk peoples, meaning they are represented by an asterisk in large and crucial data sets, many of which are conducted to inform public policy that impact our/their lives. Villiers, 2012. Education and health statistics are unavailable from indigenous communities for a variety of reasons, and when they are made available, the size of the N, or the sample size, can appear to be negligible when compared to the sample size of the other race-based categories. Though indigenous scholars, such as Malia Vegas Villegas recognize that indigenous peoples are distinct from each other, but also from other racialized groups surveyed in these studies. They argue that difficulty of collecting basic education and health information about this small and heterogeneous category must be overcome in order to counter the disappearance of indigenous particularities in public policy. Sorry, I'm just taking a look. Let's see. I might have to stop here at 6 and continue on Friday. God, that's so fucked. Just the visual. Where was I? In U.S. educational research in particular, indigenous peoples are included only as asterisks, as footnotes into dominant paradigms of educational inequality in the U.S. This can be observed in the progressive literature on school discipline, on underrepresented minorities in higher education, and in the literature of reparation, i.e., redressing past wrongs against non-white others, such as paradigms which should do important work on alleviating the symptoms of colonialism, poverty, dispossession, criminality, premature death, cultural genocide. Indigeneity is simply an and or an illusion or an illustration of oppression. Urban education, for example, is a code word for the schooling of Black, brown, and ghettoized youth who form the numerical majority in divested public schools. Urban American Indians and Native Alaskans become an asterisk group, invisibilized, even though about 2/3 of indigenous peoples in the US live in urban areas, according to the 2010 census. Yet, urban Indians receive fewer federal funds for education, health, and employment than their counterparts on reservations. Berry, 2012. Similarly, Native Pacifica people become an asterisk in the Asian Pacific Islander category, and their politics, epistemologies, experiences are often subsumed under a pan-ethnic Asian American master narrative. From a settler viewpoint that concerns itself with numerical inequality, e.g., the achievement gap, underrepresentation, and the 99% short share of the wealth of the metropole, the asterisk is an outlier, an outnumber. It is a token gesture, an inclusion, and an enclosure of Native people into the politics of equity. These acts of inclusion assimilate indigenous sovereignty, ways of knowing, and ways of being by remaking a collective comprised tribal identity into an individualized ethnic identity. From a decolonizing perspective, the asterisk is a body count that does not account for indigenous politics, educational concerns, and epistemologies. Urban land, indeed all land, is native land. The vast majority of native youth in North America live in urban settings. Any decolonizing urban education endeavor must address the foundations of urban land pedology, or pedagogy. Fuck. I'm gonna get this word eventually. pedagogy. Any decolonizing urban educating endeavor must address the foundations of urban land pedagogy and indigenous politics vis-a-vis the settler colonial state. We're like a little over halfway. I guess I can put the rest of this to Friday. I know people like to see art, but and I don't want to like super burn myself out on reading. I want to absorb the information I've had so far, and if anyone ends up coming to listen to the VOD or something, that it doesn't seem super overwhelming. So I think I'll pause here, and then we'll come back on Friday and try and finish the rest of it. Or we probably definitely will. Because we're over half.
Pack her up, Puma.
Hi, Ronnie. Come here. You need to absorb colonization education. Yeah, I need to like really soak it in. These things aren't going to be things that I'm just going to magically know and pick up even after reading something once. It really does take a lot of time slowly
Time for kissies?
growing and absorbing and understanding and figuring out. Kissies for Rogue, come here. Anyone else who's wanting some night kissies, come on over. I'm looking for who I might want to raid into. It mostly feels hard because it's like raiding onto many other people might be a little weird and oh fuck. Sorry. Don't mind that. I just hurt myself. Anyways, can be going from like basic. I didn't know if I should put this on ASMR or just chatting, honestly. I'm not quite sure who to send us off to. Honestly, not to put you on the spot, Rogue, but do you have anyone that you might like? Like, I don't know if you have any other people you watch after me in these hours, and someone that you really like, or someone you feel like we could raid off to. Impromptu debut. Ah! You need to shower. Okay, I do need a shower too. I'll look through indigenous streamer tag. Maybe we'll just meet someone new. It's hard to say where I'm not like super. I usually don't really know jumping into completely new people, but
Do you already give you your food?
Yeah.
Did he say what we were doing?
Nope.
It'll be a surprise. I'll send you some images in a sec.
Okay. I'm looking for someone to raid into. Is there anyone from this team that's live? I think there's got to be someone, right?
Just start on your screen right into yourself.
I think I'll raid into this person. New people are scary, I know. But I kind of like... I think I generally trust anyone who's in the Four Directions team. So I think I'm going to take us to the Res Dog, which will be my first time meeting this person too. But I also like I said and mentioning again and again, like it is Native American History Month, and I do want to share some love that way. I know I haven't really like put much focus on that into this month either. Honestly, unfortunately, but a little late is better than never. And I'm down to meet someone new. So we'll try him out. I think we'll be okay. I don't know what this person's pronouns are, but their tags say Dine, Navajo, they're VTuber. They're VTubers, like, well, I don't know, we'll see. Everyone be nice. Anyone who's lurking, it's okay. Feel free to go off and go sleep. But it'll be nice to meet someone new. I thank you for anyone who's kind of been around, whether you have the tab muted, if you've just been listening along, if you're kind of in and out, that's okay. I just appreciate any like time and anyone kind of like just being here. Even if like people aren't really even consuming it super much, I'm sitting here and consuming it, and you're giving me company and support. I hope you all have a good rest of your night or day. I will be back on Friday. I'm gonna finish this book on Friday, or this PDF on Friday. And then Saturday we'll get back to like art. I think. Oh my god! I think I already have to do another thing. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know what kind of raid message I want to put, but just be nice if you do. No need for a big message. Just, I don't know, exist. Vibe as you please. If anyone hasn't taken their meds, here's a last minute, like, check for meds for hydration. Take care of yourself. Thank you for hanging out with me. Be nice, creatures. Yeah. Everyone, good night. Good night. Take care.